Hello there, my computer duders. It's that time again. Make sure to close everything we don't need. Did I get any fucking spooper games? I did get one. We'll play a spooper game tonight because it's almost Halloween, but I want to do mostly retro games tonight. Let's fucking go. This is a literal baby games. I should be able to get pretty far. Like, you thought Koryun was for little babitos. This is even easier. I should have started here and ramped my way up. I understand none of this. What I do, this one's a ROM. I wait on translations before I buy the CDs, except for Panic Bomber. Because I figured that one doesn't need any understanding of English. If there's a lot of speech, though, like in this one, I just play the ROM until a fan translation comes out on physical disc. That's the nice thing about being a retro, about buying repros in general these days. Is the fan translations are like new to you games. It's a simulation of living at the time and having new games come out constantly. You know what I mean? There's also whole new games and remixes, like Splatterhouse Remastered, which adds, shut the fuck up, adds 5 stages and new enemies, many of which are palette swaps. Oh, they're cute. This is Star Parodier. It's the overhead sequel to Parodius, so it's a satirical game. Meant to be just ridiculous and silly. It's a shitpost. You can be a PC Engine. Well, sometimes the translations are garbage done by weebs who just make shit up, thinking it'll be better. Not every translation can be Ghost Stories or Shin-Chan. Oh, look at that line scrolling. Wow-wa-wee-wa. You can be the spaceship from Superstar Soldier. You can be Bomberman. Or you can be a PC Engine. You can be a giant Bomberman mech. Have you seen what they did to my boy Bomberman? They turned him into anime girls. There's a new Bomberman game called Bomber Girls, and it's a combination multiplayer Bomberman game and a waifu gacha game. Everything has to be waifu gachas now, because that's what sells apparently. They got a lot of lonely men. Meanwhile, here I am playing nothing more recent than like 1999, or I guess the mid 2000s. Why's he got one in the butthole? PC Engine is such an iconic design. It's just so friendly and welcoming. It's just a little white cube that you put little cards into, and the cards have pretty pictures on them and tell you what game it is. Simpler times. Look at these cutscenes too. These aged really well compared to Sega CD FMV. Then again, so did like Diarrhea. That was a good one, actually. You wasted that joke on this stream. This is normal, not easy. I want you to remember that. Let's be Bomberman. power-ups are items from the game. I normally play as the PC Engine because he has a CD weapon power-up, which is clever advertising. Like, have them play as the PC Engine they probably own, but also include a reminder to buy the expensive add-on that their parents probably don't want to buy. CD-ROMs were expensive in 1988. This system came out in 87, and I think the CD-ROM was like 1 year after that. Are those balloons? What the fuck are those? Those aren't bombs. They are balloons. Balloons, motherfucking balloons. Balloons, motherfucking balloons. We got long ones and short ones and ones that get balls. You never ever lived until you played with them all. Balloons, motherfucking balloons. I learned something from this game and a bunch of other shmups. Arcade sticks are a meme, except for fighters. They're not better for shmups because of the travel on the stick. It takes like a half second longer to switch directions. D-pad doesn't feel as good. Arcade sticks have a nice premium feeling to them. They're nice and solid. But they don't make you better at the game, they make you worse. It's just a matter of ergonomics and aesthetics. Also, didn't you know that Rondo of Blood was a direct prequel to Symphony of the Night? I didn't know that. I probably should have made the connection since you play as Richter in the intro. I'm just dumb, I guess. Before I played Rondo of Blood, I was like, who is this guy? At the start of Rondo. You know, I'm not feeling Bomberman. Nope, I'm not playing this one either. I'm not feeling Bomberman. I want to play as PC Engine. That's my mainstay. Sorry to start over. I guess we can also... I can also show you the spaceship if we're going to do all, one start over. We can do 2 start overs. Overstarts? What do you call those? Get stretch effect. That's the closest thing to scaling you get on this system. No, that's not what I meant to click. It overshot. There shouldn't be any delay. It's the video signal's coming straight from a capture box. Did you say Mother Brain? I voted today. Not that it'll make any difference where I live. I'm apprehensive about the election outcome. It's going to be messy no matter who wins. Trump supporters will never accept a Kamala win. And if Kamala does win, we're going to keep getting swamped with immigrants who are mainly Somalian Muslims. Who I thought, as an atheist, I could count on other atheists not wanting more of those. I'm learning quickly, though, that many people are not really what they say they are. Like, a lot of people who say they're atheists are really just far leftists who say they're atheists in order to disempower their political opponents and to subvert their narrative. Whereas if you ask them for arguments against Christianity, they don't know any. And so they don't hold the positions that logically they should hold as an atheist. Like being opposed to Islam, which is worse than Christianity in every way. But then again, Elon Musk recently pretended to be a Christian on stage, so that's just further evidence. People don't mean what they mean when they say they are this or that. There's not a lot of honesty in the world anymore. I weighed the pros and cons. I don't want more far-right religious conservatives just because they're foreign. I don't think that makes them better than the ones we have at home. In fact, in most respects, they're worse. I do want more SpaceX, and I do want Elon to have the way cleared for him. I do hate people who hate on Elon for political reasons. Who cannot comprehend unselfish motivations. I do want climate action, though, and Trump is most certainly going to put an end to all climate action and erase public knowledge of climate change by modifying textbooks. Probably at some point he'll mandate creationism in public school classrooms, so that's going to become something that has to go to court again, which I thought was settled in Dover versus Pennsylvania. It really fucking sucks. Both choices suck this time. One of them is clearly more human than the other, but I'm still not happy. I did get to vote for ranked choice voting, though. That was on the ballot this year. So hopefully we don't have to. Why are you making horny noises? This is a kid's game. What the fuck? This game is weirdly horny at times. I guess Japan was never as puritanical as we are. One of the levels is just a shapely woman in a bikini sunbathing, like a giantess. I gotta quit the game so I can start over as my main. This is a fun game though. It's got nice big sprites. Yeah, I know. The thing is, it's not about who he is. It's about what he can do. If Bozo the Clown ran SpaceX, Bozo the Clown could run over my dog and I would still get behind him and push because I'm not more important than my species. Human survival in the long term is more important than anything I could ever value besides that. And it's an incomprehensible view for many people. I think they don't believe anyone's really like that. Let's make a real run this time. Superstar Soldier is just kind of boring. Oh, the power-ups are Hue cards. I remember now. It's adorable. The really good ones are the yellow ones because they give you homing missiles. Then it's just easy mode from then on out. I want to live here. Look at this world. This is like some shit I build in Minecraft. Just floating orbs connected by tunnels with little mini worlds inside of them. This one's apparently post... You can tell whole stories just inside that one. Like, that one's disconnected from power. Does anyone still live there? Are there, like, cannibals and scavengers in that little castle orb that for some reason, like a civil war, got disconnected from the rest of the, I guess, space colonies at some point? I always think about backgrounds in games and the stories they tell. Look at the CD power-up. Let me get it. See, D-pad doesn't feel better, but it is better. Look at the CD power. You don't have a CD drive add-on. Look at the little gamepad shield, though. That's adorable. How can you not like this? How can this not put a smile on your face? The other issue is technological unemployment, which Elon Musk has expressed support for basic income in the past, but now he's allied with Republicans who voted to preemptively banned basic income in 6 states so far. That's completely against what they would want. So I guess you got to figure out a way to make a living despite robots and AI, or just die. Probably I'll die now. Oh well, I wasn't really having a good time anyway. Look at these little half dome, like hemispheres, with little nature parks on them. This is exactly like some shit I would make in Minecraft. Swarming homing missiles. They're not very strong though. This has got really creative bosses, you'll see. Nice thing about homing missiles is indirect fire, same as diagonal CD launchers. You don't have to be underneath the boss and in his line of sight in order to hit him. Listen to their horny noises. They also don't show damage until they're dead. It's inconsistent. Yeah, it's inconsistent. Some of them flash to show damage for feedback so you know you're hitting them. Some of them just don't. I don't know why. It's not a refresh rate issue because it happens on real hardware. What a lot of fun tricks to get around not having parallax scrolling. Second favorite thing about the system, besides the way that it handles cutscenes, is just the creativity of how they achieve the same effects that are possible to actually accomplish on other hardware. I don't know why I'm more nostalgic for Genesis, since that's the one I had as a, I guess, young teenager. There's just things I don't like about the hardware that I never liked about it and didn't realize it until I had one. The colors are better on PC Engine, but not that much better. It's got great colors on paper. It's got like 482 colors on screen at once, potentially, out of an even larger palette, but it never uses all of them. The average colored count is something like 120. Which is, I guess, almost twice as much as on Genesis, but it doesn't really show that much. But they do limit colors for performance's sake. That's why you don't really see, except for still images. There are some demos that use the full color count. Oh no, it's gone woke. Wait, can I get that without touching the other one? I always do either CD or homing missiles. What neat little effects. It's like if you've ever played those late generation NES games that looked so great for the hardware and you always wished, what if they could go just a little bit further? And this is, that's what this is. It's just a little bit more than the best that we ever saw on NES. And a stepping stone between NES and Super Nintendo. Which I think is neat. It's neat that this got to exist, and it's neat that it came out in a window of time when everybody had the money for the CD add-on, so it actually got a lot of sales and games in that format, because it needed it. There are some PC Engine games that don't look at all like they belong in the hardware. There's like a tennis game that looks straight up NES adjacent. There you go. It's a little OP. Shouldn't you fire Hue cards out of the slot? Look at a little reward screen you get. That's adorable. Look at a Bomberman. Interesting note, this uses the technique that Battletoads uses, where the background tiles are actually just animated in single pixel increments, so that you can have them scroll without actually scrolling a background layer. You'll see what I mean when the foreground comes into view. That's how they do that. Let me go the blue route this time. And use CDs. I don't have any other power-ups though. Let's see if we can fix that. Here we are. It's also the matter of being banned from Medium. Let's see, Medium, YouTube. No, not YouTube, actually. Never mind. Medium. There's one or two others. Reddit, I was banned from permanently. All boards. For arguing biology. When I tell people that, certain kinds of people, they become immediately unsympathetic. Like that's unreasonable. Of me. To me, those are just sick, insane people who can't be reasoned with and can only be fought. Which recently I was profoundly disappointed to find Jason Steele of Film Cows one of those people. That was an enormous disappointment. I unsubbed from his channel. I stopped supporting his Patreon. I muted him on X. Really made me sad to find out that he's just a huge R-worded tool. I still like his content. I just don't think he's thought through his positions. That's the other thing that surprised me arguing on X, is that a lot of people have not thought through their position very far and are not equipped to answer even very basic challenges about it. CD isn't actually that good, I just like the aesthetic. Look at the shadows. It's just the same animation, but slightly shaded darker. So resourceful. Let me go back to homing missiles. The red laser, it's not even a laser really. It's just like Raiden projectiles. I hate it. Homing missiles, you can kind of turn your brain off. This is not a particularly challenging game anyhow. Otherwise I would have died by now. It's like what you give your... Look at the sexy anime girl out of nowhere. Does that... What's that doing in here? Is she just a painting? Oh, this is a cool creative boss. This is what I like about this game too, is the creative bosses. It's like origami. Watch this. It folds into different shapes. The UFO. Nope, that didn't work. Alright. That's a penis. There's a rocket ship maybe, but 10-year-old Japanese boys playing this would have been like, haha, chinpo. Chin chin. Chin chin is like pee pee. Now it's a shark, I guess, or just some kind of fish. It's giving birth and I'm murdering its children. There's also abortion, which I think is an important individual right. Championed by the same people who Do not value the bodily autonomy. People don't want vaccination, though. So, although I'm vaccinated, it still strikes me as hypocritical. People don't want to argue this. They're not used to arguing. They don't really have arguments or reasoning to defend their views. They just have strong feelings and violence. They just erupt into hostility at the moment where you push them into actually substantiating the reasons why they hold the positions that they hold. Which to me, that's like not human level thinking. I would still consider myself leftist, by like a 1991 or 2 standard. I still want basic income. I don't see how there's any bright future possible without it. I still want green energy. I still want electric cars. Everything is shifted around so much, though. It's so confusing now. The parties don't stand for what they used to stand for. And I didn't change. The world changed around me and became mixed up compared to how it used to be. Everything used to make sense and be self-consistent and logical. Now it's all just fucking skibbity brain rot. I had hoped that the next generation would have been better trained in rational thinking and would be better able to consider their epistemology and why they believe what they profess to believe. That hasn't been the case, though. We have not seen... We've seen a mass falling away from organized religion, having like one dominant religion everyone belongs to, but it hasn't led to like a bunch of rationalists. People have not learned to think differently. They've just gone and all fragmented in all different directions, believing all whatever suits their political narrative or whatever makes them feel good, which is not the outcome that I wanted. And I despair because of it. Look, they don't flash when hit. How are you supposed to know that you're hitting them? They make noise, but they don't really show much visual feedback. Lost one life. Good thing I've farmed so many lives. Why's there gotta be 2 of them? See, Denny flashes sometimes when hit. Not all the time. Does he only take damage if I hit him when he's shooting or blowing bubbles? That did him in the mouth? Oh yeah, his mouth has to be open. Butt fuckers, I was trying to get the power up. Look at this bullet sponge. Don't you dare. Fuck, I'm gonna start over, aren't I? Fuck, what even hit me? This is harder than a baby game. Or I'm just that bad. It's taken all my lives. It's really hard. Sudden difficulty spike. It's gonna start the level over. Fuck you, you piece of shit game. Fuck you. I guess to give me more opportunities to farm items. I didn't have trouble the first time. I don't know what's going on here. I have to take whatever I can get right now. The other thing is a very frequent incidence of people not waiting to hear what your arguments are and assuming they already know, and coming at you with counter arguments for things you haven't said that they assume you're going to. I think nothing gets under my skin and irritates me as much as presumptuous people who assume they know you and they know what you're going to say, and they have you figured out the moment they meet you. A walking fountain? This reminds me of Pop and Twinbee. Oh good, the crabs again. Only have 2 lives left. And no bombs. Some projectiles can kill bullets, some can't. I killed one of them. Why was that easier the second time? There's too many bubbles. I need like 2 more levels of power up. Here we go. Sorely needed. There we go. That was the weapon to have. Oh, he just jumps in the water. Sub Naysayer, we're playing Star Parodier, which is the overhead PC Engine sequel to Parodius, a parody or satire side-scrolling shooter that was on basically all 16-bit machines. That was sort of poking fun at, or not poking, it was like a love letter to the prior shmups by that company and some others. Look at that wavy effect. NES could do that. Bayou Billy title screen does that effect. Oh, those hurt me. That was not clear. What killed me? Oh, the starfish again. Fuck, this is getting tough. Difficulty's ramping up. I've got no pills. Oh, it's a sunfish. This guy also shows no indications of damage. I got 1 life left. That's gonna make me start over. Son of a bitch. I did not farm lives very well this time. You're joking. Well, this is a good time for a pee break. Oh, you know what pleases me lately is the cat has been using her condo, the upper floor of the shelving tower that I laid out specifically for her with her toys and her food and water dish and her electric heated cozy microfiber sleeping pad. Now that the weather's gotten colder, she's using it. Oh, there's Kappa. Wow, it really sent me back a long ways, didn't it? Was that not a level transition? I guess it wasn't. I guess it drops frames. It's smoother on the projector than it is on... the capture window. I wonder how it looks for you guys. Oh, not what I wanted. I guess it's better than the red power-ups. These fuckers again, god damn it. These are kind of cheap, these homing missiles, but I really have to. There we go. Don't put your PC Engine in water. This should be possible to beat within a couple... and we're pretty far along. I might start a Dead of the Brain tonight, because it's going to be Halloween soon. Got hit a couple times already, lost some missiles. There we go. I had no beef with you. Why are bubbles coming out? They don't breathe air. I think he's got a little add-on on the back of him that gives him save storage and S video out, I believe. Yeah, the reward screen for 2 seconds. I would have liked to look at that more. Oh. That doesn't destroy the... Oh, fuck. Well, I'm stuck in this track then. If I don't have any side shoot... There we go. Am I shooting seals? No, those are walruses. Alright, that's fine. Are those projectiles? Can I get hit by those? Oh, he was actually a walrus. Walruses were behind everything, including 9/11. Well, fuck, I'm dead now. I'm about to game over. Fuckaroo. Bitch titties! Oh, fuck. Don't start me back here. Okay, good. We're on the ice level. We're not all the way back to the beach. I already lost a life. Ah! And it starts me completely over. I have no idea. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Sometimes it starts you over, sometimes it doesn't. What's crazy to me is the gamers in like 1993 or thereabouts looked at stuff like this and was like, that's dog shit. Compared to like 3DO and Jaguar. They were seeing like the worst 3D that would ever exist. Like the first Doom, as much as I like Doom. And they're like, this is all I want now. If it's not texture mapped in 3D, get it the fuck out of my face. And they just turn their nose up at stuff like this. It was uncool. It was Grandpa's video game. We were just horny for technology, as if that makes the game good. Excuse me, how dare you? I may as well suicide now. Because I have no lives left. Oh, you can change your shit between lives. I don't really want these, but they're what I can afford right now. Motherfucker. It's so good at just one-shotting you out of nowhere. Cool, I get none of the power-ups. Cool, fine. Cool. That's fine. I've got no power-ups. What am I supposed to do? I'm done for. I made it to the end, but there's no point. Tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. You might say. Maybe you wouldn't, but you could. Fuck. I missed the power-up because I died just there. Fuck. I can do this. I can do this. Had to fall and lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even match us. Like Super Nintendo and Genesis were much closer in capability than either one was to the PC Engine. It really expanded my notion of what 16-bit means. With this at the extreme low end. But Super Nintendo really was a beast for when it came out. Actually, not when it came out, for the generation it was in. It came out pretty late, didn't it? It's like 92, 91. I think 91, Genesis was 1990. And TurboGrafx was 89. Super Nintendo could do a lot of stuff that we wouldn't see again or on any other console until 32-bit machines started dropping. Like consistently higher color counts than either PC Engine or Genesis. Transparencies, rotations, even if it was just background layers initially. A lot of it was down to the chips though, which is cheating, which PC Engine couldn't do because it wasn't set up to do that, and the cards were the format was restrictive. That's why it leaned so hard on the CD drive. The CD drive for PC Engine didn't have any extra chips in it either. That was a missed opportunity. Had I been in control of NEC, I would have put a chip in there for at least adding one dedicated background layer, which they badly needed, and they tried to put in the Super Graphics. How that added so much expense, I have no idea. The Super Graphics was a really expensive machine. It shouldn't have been. It was just a PC Engine with one extra background layer, and that was it. If they were going to do that at all, they should have also, like at the same time as they're going in to make that change, they should have included hardware sprite scaling and transparencies in Mode 7 and shit like that to bring it up to par with SNES, like Sega did with its Sega CD. They didn't do that. I don't know why. I guess because they hadn't seen what they were up against yet. Because that was in '88. There you go. Now we're better equipped. I got 0 lives left, so we better be. I better not fuck up anything. They're so cute, I hate to kill them. I also worry about my town. Portland's gotten better, but under the same old leadership, it's not gonna last long. My big hope is ranked choice voting. That's the shining light that gives me hope for the future. If we can just change that in every state. I'm gonna stay above him and hit him from the top. Yeah, this is what I should have had the first time. Get him from a distance. It takes longer, but it's safer. Here we go. It sounds like a human dying. There's no level transition, so if I die here, I go back to the start. Shit. I've got 0 lives left. If I can just make it to the next world, then I'll start there when I continue. I have no confidence I'll be able to do that on 1 life, however. I'm fully powered up. I do have homing missiles. Having played a lot of the library of this console, though, I am appreciating that Sega Genesis was, in most other respects, a step up over it. The games do look generally more detailed and sophisticated, with some exceptions. A lot of that is down to having multiple background layers. Anti-RCV, Royal Canadian Victory? Radio-controlled Velociraptor? Right Canadian Voter? Oh, ranked choice voting. I'm stupid. I was close with radio-controlled Velociraptor. It's basically the same thing. Pray to Marion that I can beat this in one go. He throws his head. That's delightful. That's tough to dodge. It's gonna get me. Oh, please die. Oh, I didn't ask for that. No, that's another power-up I wanted. Did he die? I killed him. Fuck yes, I made it. Oh, I made it. We don't have to do the stage over again. Look at that fake sprite scaling. It's Kino. And the fake res in, res out effect of the Super Nintendo. Or maybe it does that for real, I can't tell. I know there's a type of sprite scaling that you can do on consoles, but it's not, that don't support it, but it's not generally used. Because it's destructive of you can reduce the information but not increase it, so you can scale down but not up. We had moved on to a different topic by then. I had no idea what you were talking about. That's a good example. This would not look out of place on NES. Are those the Nazca lines? Oh, fuck. Fuckaroo. There's random obelisk. Oh, shit! What is that? Wasn't expecting this to happen so soon. Okay, let's see. I don't like the stage. Why is Stonehenge in the desert? Why are there UFOs? What gives power-ups? I also really want to dig my Sega CD-X out of storage and buy an adapter that will let me hook it up to HDMI and get a wireless controller for it, because I miss... There are some Sega CD games that are just bangers and not replaceable on other platforms, because it has the only English version of Snatcher with extra content. It has the remaster of Popful Mail, which is not in English on PC Engine anyway, and just reuses the 8-bit sprites from the PC98 version on the PC Engine anyhow. Which it's a stretch to call it a 16-bit title, whereas all the graphics are fully redone on Sega CD. There are just some gems that were unfortunately wasted on doomed hardware. If you want to play either Snatcher or Popful Mail, Sega CD is really the only place to play them. It doesn't have a lot of great games, but the ones it does have are just superb, like Lunar 1 and 2. Although some people prefer the PlayStation 1 port, which changes a lot. Not just with the graphics, with the story too. Don't start me over. What is it that determines whether it puts you back in the action or starts you from the beginning of the stage? I wish I knew. Oh fuck. What hit me? Remember, actual babies, Japanese babies were supposed to play this. Good thing it's got infinite continues. New game show idea. Are you smart as a Japanese baby? Don't start me over. Why does it keep doing that? Is it there's like a checkpoint or something? It's also the only way I care to play Sega CD games now. But it's not emulator. I don't really want to collect cartridges because those are really big and bulky and take up a lot of space. Sup, Strategy, we're playing Star Parodier. It's a top-down sequel to Parodius, the satirical side-scrolling shooter that borrows from a bunch of shmups, and it's like a silly shitpost. It's supposed to be cute and goofy. We fought so far a frozen walrus. I forget what all the bosses were. I just know I liked them. I mean, no. Is this the boss? Oh, I almost got one-shotted by the whatever the fuck that was. Did my power-up get stolen? What just happened there? Oh, fuck. Don't start me over. Don't start me over! Why does this keep happening? This doesn't always happen. Is it only lives over a certain number? Shit. Am I getting filtered? Cringe DA clip. I don't know what that is. What is DA? What is cringe DA? District Attorney? Like, did I comment on a District Attorney video? Oh, fuck. Oh, that was so cheap. See, let me continue from where I was. What decides that? Oh, Dragon Age. Yeah, that's... I know people call everything woke these days, but holy cow, having your character sit down in like a powwow and explicitly discuss 21st century gender ideology in a fantasy medieval setting, I just puke it out. I just puke. I just... Clearly there are people who just want to force that conversation to happen, and they infiltrated gaming and decided the people who they wanted to force that message on are mostly gamers. So they're going to turn their hobby into a propaganda outlet, and it's part of why I don't play new games anymore. I think Dreamcast, if it wasn't for the fact that it's an SDTV, much as I like CRTs. Don't start me over. Oh, I beg of you, why do you do this? That's why I won't be too butthurt if Trump wins anyway. Which, I mean, people will lose their minds. Rightfully so. For the climate and whatnot, but at least there's a lot of people I don't like who will get BTFO'd. Even if I'm one of them. Oh, fuck! I just can't catch a break on this level. This is actually for children and I can't get past level 6, or 5 even. Difficulty spike. I guess I should focus more on farming power-ups. I need to be more powered up than I am. My best opportunity was when I hadn't died yet and still had my power-ups in the last level. Oh, Oh, I hate those. I don't know what those are. I know I hate them. I keep forgetting if you shoot them, they shoot back at you. Bam, 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 bam. I still can't even tell this is CD music. Some of these games don't use the CD drive for music, despite the game being on CD. Some of them take up so much space with graphics that there's no room for CD music. That's true, Starter Gift. Singapore, come save us. Here's my take on the election. If Trump doesn't win, then we get a lot of lone wolf terrorism, and fundamentalists get BTFO'd and shot dead and go to prison, and that's cool. On the downside, climate change, nothing gets done about it. No basic income, technological unemployment continues to take jobs without anything done about it. About displaced workers, pollution gets worse. I don't think there'll be death camps. I think that's hyperbole. I mean, remember Obama was supposed to put us in FEMA camps when he was going to get reelected. That didn't happen. He didn't do hardly anything that we were warned about during his first term either. He did build like half of a wall. May as well finish that. Which one was that? If Trump or Kamala wins? If Kamala wins, I mixed the two up halfway through. Kamala wins, we get lone wolf terrorism. A lot of people I don't like wind up dead or in prison. I think if Trump wins, all this pronoun shit gets BTFO'd, all the gender ideology gets BTFO'd. You get a lot of people wailing and gnashing their teeth, and the people who suspended my account permanently on Reddit get BTFO'd. And the people who suspended my Medium get BTFO'd. Elon Musk gets a blank check to do whatever he wants with launch facilities and just launch scheduling, which is a good thing overall. I've just been weighing the pros and cons. I guess it's a little late to do that now that I've voted and turned in my ballot. Oh yeah, no more influx of far-right Muslims. Which you would think atheists would not want, me being one of those. I don't want them. I don't understand. Like, everyone else is working from a different playbook than I am. They won't let me see it. They never explain why. They never explain that contradiction. It's like they're all working from secret instructions that I don't have access to. They never explain to me why they are atheists, but they want lots and lots of Muslims living around them. I do want Portland not to be a shithole anymore. I don't want what happened to it to ever happen again. Oh, shit! Oh. Well, there's too many bullets. There's too many bullets. Oh, there's too many bullets. I didn't make it to the boss again. I get like 90% of the way to the boss and I die every time. I cry every time. I die every time. Maybe I'll have better luck with this power-up. What I really need is the homing missiles. It's a lot more stingy with those now, I've noticed. It's just the weapon I had that was no good. No! Let's try again. Let's hope we get the right... Just luck of the draw. Like, I thought we were about feminism and unions to create a strong middle class, and I thought we were about gay rights. But now it seems like that's all taken a back seat. Like they've been shifting around to new issues, and even turning against issues that they were once for. I don't understand anymore. Like I said, there's a playbook that they all seem to have, and I don't get to look at. Which, reverse engineering it seems to just be support whoever the underdog is. But that leads to schizophrenic conclusions when power changes hands. Like being strongly pro-Israel, anti-Semite one year, and then being anti-Semites themselves the next year. Like, they used to laugh at people who said, I'm not anti-Semitic, I'm anti-Zionist, and now that they're saying the same fucking thing. I don't understand what's happening anymore. I can only conclude that somebody's not being honest about their intentions or the reason for the positions they hold. Because it doesn't add up if we take it at face value. Don't do it. Oh, I get another chance. I get another chance. How am I meant to survive that? How's anyone meant to survive that? I really don't want Trump. He's just really a grotesque, visibly inhuman person. But I also really don't want a lot of the things Kamala says she's going to do. And I do want some of the things Trump says he's going to do, but I don't trust him to do any of them. Whereas I do fear he'll do some of the other things he says he won't do. I know the Democrats lie too. I generally don't think that they mean direct harm to certain groups of people in the way that the right does. As someone who looks at polls from time to time, I don't know. It's hard to know what to believe. We're kind of in a post-truth world where the narrative is the new truth. I don't know if I can live in that world. When I try to have conversations like this with people, they immediately start trying to emotionally manipulate me. Like, all their arguments are... They're just like, listen, none of that shit you said matters. Here's my emotional plea for why it's urgent for you to vote this way or that way. I'm like, you're emotionally manipulating me. And then they're shocked initially, then they just laugh it off, and then they resume trying to emotionally manipulate me, as if I didn't just tell them not to do that. I guess that has always worked for them. They have never met an autistic person. They don't know there's anyone that doesn't work on. So it's like a joke to them that you don't want them to argue the way they've always argued. I want to be reasoned with, and almost nobody really believes that that's a way to arrive at truth, seemingly. But bitch fucker. Oh, don't start me. What's the point of giving me extra lives if you're going to start me over every time? Maybe the idea is just to have Christians understand the importance of secularism by having serious competition from a religion they don't like. So they'll support separation of church and state because they'll no longer be able to have it all their own way just by being a demographic majority. But that's a really dangerous game to play. It can and will result in Muslims taking political power as they did in Europe and becoming politicians and then having things all their own way. And I don't think that's I don't think people on the left have thought through what that's going to be like. Like the shit they predict Republicans will do, like the Handmaid's Tale stuff, actually happens in Muslim countries. And you tell them this, and it's like you tell them this shit, and that something happens behind their eyes. I don't know what it is. It's like a switch resets their brain, like they have some kind of brain chip that causes them to forget the problematic reasoning that you just put into their brain, and then default to talking points. Like you point out show-stopping contradictions, and there's some kind of override that kicks in. Like that would lead to a conclusion that's morally unacceptable to me, therefore I'm going to forget that I heard that. I've also lost friends over this shit, so I'm kind of sore about it. Where I'm not a Republican, but I also am not apparently Democrat enough. I can't get around that. That's unbeatable. Kind of want to switch games. I also don't want to be a pussy though. This is just how they were back then. This isn't even a HuCard game though, so you can't use the excuse that they had to make games hard because there wasn't a lot of storage space, so games couldn't be big. They could be big. Regularly, shooters did include stages from the arcade version if they had extra space on CD. Or a bank switched HuCard. I didn't even see that coming. I will beat this. So I like about shmups is just trying and learning and getting better little by little and getting further and further every time. No, fuck it. Fuck it. I'm done with that shit. I can't pronounce the one I want to play next. It's like Gotensen Diner? Granzort. That's the one. This is one of the Super Graphics games where again, this was like a $400 console in I think 1990 or 91. And the only thing it added over the base PC engine was a single scrolling background layer of authentic parallax scrolling. Like twice the price of the base console at that point. But look, it's got real parallax scrolling now. Wawa-wee-wa. An effect that it could have probably faked very convincingly. It did not need a whole new console for. This is a cool game though. It's got robot bunnies. And also all the mechs are animal themed. It's kind of like a better Keith Courage. Which is not a high bar to clear. But yeah, look, real parallax scrolling on PC Engine. Holy fucking moly. Look at this though, I can change into any other mech at any time of my choosing. I can fly. All the mechs have different abilities. I literally just fly over the level. Better come down and land. There we go. There's no reason not to use green though. Green is objectively the best. Because again, he can fly and has a projectile weapon. This guy's got a long reach, but again, Why would you not just use the one that can fly and shoot? It is a weaker attack. Some boss. Oh, cool effect though. There's the issue with free speech too. I still, as much as of a sincerely Nazi hellhole as X has become, that tends to be what happens anytime you allow unfettered free speech anywhere. Is that the most disaffected people of society, who are most often censored anywhere they go, they all flock to the whatever platform doesn't censor them. If it's not Nazis, it's furries. Sometimes it's both. Sometimes it's Nazi furries. It's just people, objectionable people that no one wants anywhere else. And there's no need to take those people overly seriously unless people start listening to them, which there's a fair argument to be made that they are now. But whose fault is that? And those people sicken me too. I mean, the ones who deny the Holocaust especially, I argue with them often. And I ask them a question they can't answer. And the same thing happens as when you ask... when you ask a progressive person certain questions, you know how their brain locks up? If you ask a Nazi who's making Holocaust jokes, oh, is it cool if the government comes to your house and knocks on your door and takes away your mother? Or your sister, or your dad, or your brother, or your children, and you never see them again? You don't get an answer from that, because they think, oh, that won't happen to me. That'll only happen to the people I don't like. No, there's no guarantee of that. The number one victims of Hitler were other Nazis for quite a long time into his... You're going to die too, and that's not the only reason not to support such a thing. Oops. I need the turbo switch on. Why is it shooting down my slowing? I mean, slowing down my shooting. I'm a little concerned. I know that evangelicals are going to have an unprecedented amount of power compared to even recent history. They really, really, really hate atheists. They really don't want anyone pointing out the Emperor's nudity. So I may suffer some kind of repercussions. But literally, it's gotten so bad that I don't care about my own life anymore that much. I'm willing to give anything a shot. It just doesn't matter anyways, because I live in a... I can functionally only vote one way anyhow because of where I live. Fuck that. It's an unreasonably overpowered attack. I don't know why rapid fire doesn't work as well anymore. I guess I should turn it off. I've been cheesing it until now. Cool designs. I would have loved the action figures of these fellas at that age. There was some of that. There was some anime shit that came over stateside under new names, like the Ronin Warriors or Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad, which is just a... What's that called? Ultraman. It's another Power Rangers where you know how they took the Japanese footage and then they added their own stuff with like American actors as the sitcom side of it, which they did with Power Rangers. They did with Big Bad Beetleborgs, which is really unfortunate because the American sitcom side of that was just goofy R-worded nonsense. Um, Masked Rider became like the dumbest brain rot nonsense possible when he wasn't jumping around kicking ass in the grasshopper suit. And whatever I was talking about initially, which I forget now. Oh yeah, Roman Warriors. Or no, that wasn't it. My memory's going. You can't do that, you fucker. I guess I'm starting to think projectile's not the right strat for this level. Nope, again. This works pretty well. Actually, no, it doesn't. I can shield myself, but it takes a second. Why would I want that? I think I'm sword from now on. How the fuck do I fight that? Do I just go around it? Oh, that almost got me. Why is the internet merchant star in the background of every boss fight? So, is this all the way back to the start? Better not be. Come on, man. I can get a shield that protects from one hit. I'm not feeling this one anymore. Downloaded a couple new ones. I mean, I bought them. I own all these. This one's got good assets. This is a Hue card game, surprisingly. It looks like a CD game. I do think he's going to do mass deportation, which I wish we could be more selective about, because I have no problem with Mexican immigrants. I've never known any I didn't like. They're very hardworking people. They deserve an opportunity. It's specific types of immigrants that we're having a lot of issues with. Taking over apartment buildings and shit. And they're very different groups of people that we shouldn't lump together and treat as a monolithic problem when they're not all problem causers. I have nothing against Mexicans. I've never met a Mexican person I didn't like. I don't want to. I think we're stronger with Mexicans, and they're willing to do hard work and work their way up. They're some of the only people who are still willing to do that. They believe in the American dream more than we do. I don't want Venezuelan gang members. I don't want Somalian Muslims. We have entirely too many. Look at this kick. Eh. Sprites still look good. There are a lot of games like this on PC Engine where it's very repetitive, where you're just walking along, beating up guys effortlessly, seemingly effortlessly, like China Warrior. And I always wonder what the point of that was. The combat is just one button. I guess a power fantasy of being really good at martial arts. What was it supposed to do? I think I'm supposed to get power-ups. Look at the pretty city background. Oh yeah, that gives me life. I missed it again. It's really easy to miss those because they send enemies at the same time as the UFO shows up. It's an essential part of the gameplay over, apparently. I like the pillbug roll. The super life. Incredibly basic gameplay. Good assets. Look at the backgrounds. So one also has NES vibes. It's kind of a nonsense garbled background too. Is this a hover train? It is a hover train. What are these, cliff racers? Quit nibbling my nuts. Only I can do that. Jump kicks do nothing. I never mind, they do. If you land them. That didn't fucking help. Train levels are Kino though. What am I looking at? What is that thing? Whatever it was is packed with explosives. You know, there's a Battletoads cartoon. Did anyone else know that? There's exactly one pilot made of it. It was not greenlit. And I can see why. It was very low effort animation. And apparently, they added a lot of really questionable lore. Like the Battletoads are actually ordinary junior high school boys who have the superpower to transform into toads, which they thought it would give it an edge over Ninja Turtles. I don't know why. Oh, it turns into a shmup. Cool. I like when the backgrounds are much better this time. That's hover bikes. This is Kino. Cool idea for a game, actually. Except for the repetitive beat-em-up gameplay. Beat-em-ups don't really only work as belt scrollers. You need the added dimension of movement. I know I'm talking Splatterhouse when I say that, but Splatterhouse 1... It's also heresy to say this, but the sequel was better. Splatterhouse 2 was in all ways a better game than the first one. There's some favoritism because the first one was on PC Engine and not on Genesis, but Genesis had the better versions of a lot of games. And it's a straight up sequel to Space Harrier that was on no other platform. Fuck. Continue? Continue? Oh, it saves my progress. Cool. There are a couple games that did this, where it alternated between shmups and platformers. I think Shockman does this. This was exciting at the time because you didn't get new games very often. So the more variety of play a game offered, it was like getting two games in one. Strider, GIF, you just described every group project I ever was part of in school. Or if it's anything remotely technical, I just did everything. That's less impressive when you know that I went to a fundamentalist religious school, so I was not in competition with the best and brightest that the world had to offer. Hello, little cat. I made a hovercraft out of 2 plastic plates and a piece of trash bag and an electric fan, which forced air down into the cavity created by putting the 2 plates rim to rim and gluing them together so air wouldn't escape, and then a hole in the bottom of that, and then I made a skirt for the hovercraft out of a pouch of plastic bag and poked some holes in it with a hole puncher. And it kind of worked. I mean, it didn't have any propulsion to move around with, but it would hover. I don't know why they would... It was kind of an undirected assignment where they just gave us parts to make shit with to see what we would do. Okay, go up to your... Go to your house. I made you a house. Go where you belong. Don't jump around on my fucking shit when I'm streaming. Why must you do that? I have to try to hit with the missiles. And dodge when he does that. How do I beat that thing? I don't want to play this yet another time. What else did I get? I got Kadash, which is widely cited as one of the better platforms. It's like Magician Lord, kind of. Which got recommended to me with a straight face by somebody who was defensive that Neo Geo does have platformers. And I'm like, this is not a platformer. I mean, Magician Lord isn't. Look at that cutscene, though. Look at that pretty cutscene. Look at the artistry compared to FMV. FMV was dog shit. It was the downfall of 16-bit CD-based gaming. Who should I be? I mean, Ninja. Actually, I shouldn't be a ninja. Because there are plenty of other ninja games I could play. This is regarded as a classic, though. In large part because it's 2-player co-op. Whereas you can do up to 5 players, or, 4 players in Dungeon Explorer 1 and 2. It was a Working Designs game. Did you see that? Yes, that Working Designs. This was one of the earlier imports. I can't spell booger penis. I can make hammed. Level 1. A brave warrior. Deerzar. They're just making up names now. The evil Barogue abducted. They're just typing random shit into Sarasa. Go hammed. To be fair, that's what I did too. Look at his thighs. Holy shit. No homo, but seriously. Go attack the monsters and use their money to buy better. Doesn't that imply that they have civilization and they're sentient? They participate in a market economy? I'm not really slaying monsters then, am I? I'm mugging people. Look at the sprites, though. These are good-looking sprites. That's good-looking pixel art with great use of color. Very basic. What sets it apart is, I think, the co-op in the towns. Upgrading your gear. This is also a cue card game, so no CD soundtrack for us. Beautiful pixel art. This is where the colors really show. Over like a Genesis game. I think Genesis had a version of this and you can really see the difference. They redid a lot of the graphics and there's parallax scrolling in the Genesis version of this game, but it's also really washed out. Let me show you what I mean. This is actually a great example of the color depth making a difference and why I preferred PC Engine versions of some of the same games. Even Snatcher, if there was an English version, which there's not. It chose to be the wizard. Weird. This here is the Sega version of the game, and it doesn't look great by comparison. It's much less colorful, in my opinion. You can, side by side, you can see the difference. It's very acrobatic for a wizard of his age. You can see dithering even in solid tiles, in the background especially. Constantly drowning. It just... Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Those backgrounds, though. They were eye-catching at the time. Let me tell you. Yeah, that's like 16 colors. Not including the character sprite. It's hard to understand. I mean, from one standpoint, it looked enough better than 8-bit games for reasons other than color that I guess they figured we wouldn't know what we were missing as long as other competitors didn't have significantly more colors, but then they did. Like, look at this. This fucking explodes your eyeballs by comparison. There's like as many shades of just blue as there were of every color on the Genesis edition. It's also just more appealing to look at. Am I wrong? It knocks you back so you can't get out of the water. There we go. You have to kind of let it fly backwards to get up the steps. That's not how that should have gone. Water really fucks you over, holy shit. It does. You do miss the moving backgrounds. Everything else looks better. Cheeky Cheeky Boys is another good example of this, where it had parallax scrolling on backgrounds on Genesis, but everything else looked worse. Which is a funny story if I haven't told it on this channel already. The reason they did that was to block off colors they would need for Master System compatibility, backwards compatibility, which nobody used or cared about or even knew was in there. Which, if not for that, they could have had 256 colors, which would have been a way better choice. Instead, they got flexed on by PC Engine, which is literal 8-bit hardware. Look at him, Crawly Wizard from the famous YouTube. Look at the gradient in his robe. There's enough shades of green in his robe for convincing gradients. Whereas entire enemy sprites are sometimes two shades in the Genesis version, 2 or 3. It makes a difference, is all I'm saying. Everything's richer. Really, that's my attack? Do I not do magic? Am I just like a pugilist violence wizard? Is that my magic? Probably one hard wooden staff. I gotta not fall in the water this time. See what I mean about letting the damage knockback carry me up the stairs? This was unfortunately also very visible in the Sega Genesis port of Devil's Crush called Dragon's Fury. But not as visible in Lords of Thunder, thank goodness. They really retooled the visuals and made better use of the color palette to hide the discrepancy. I can't fight you. I cannot fight you. Let's try, fucker. Nope, got me. But what am I supposed to do? Go back and pay for healing and shit like that? I mean, I'm missing something. Usually if this happens, it's because I'm missing something. Let's try the anime girl. I'm gonna find out that I could have healed at any time, aren't I? I got some free shit right away. Oh, cool. It's got quite the reach. I'm willing to bet it's weaker, though. I can't talk to this guy. Or this guy, which it seems like these would be who I buy shit from. No attempt at scrolling backgrounds. It's fine. A lot of the games on PC Engine just don't try. They know that it's not the strength of the machine, so they focus on other things. Like how Sega games use checkerboarding because it couldn't do transparency, but that doesn't work unless you're viewing it on the CRT. They had no reason to think anyone ever wouldn't be at the time it was made. She's got a way better attack. They should wreck those skeletons. I still don't know how to fight them effectively. Oh, cool. I fucked that one. No, I can't. I can't pass the spider. Fuck this game too. Also, cat, quit! I love you dearly. Why do you do this to me? Quit climbing all over shit while I'm streaming. I beg you. Let's play a CD game I haven't played. Let's do. I want to show Loom at some point. Let's do a little bit of Loom. It's really interesting. Actually, no, it's not. It's really long, too. You ever played Loom? It's an RPG. Let's do it. Let's just get out of the way. I'm not going to play a lot of it tonight because I don't know how to get past the whirlpool. It doesn't look great because it was ported from an 8-bit computer. And they didn't upgrade anything. But it has CD music. No voice acting, oddly.
That can play music. To play on your speaker, use the device name or set up multi-room music in the Alexa app.
I wasn't talking to you.
Sorry, I thought I heard my name.
Looks good enough. This is a great way to play Loom because of the CD audio. It's like 16 color EGA graphics. Which is well short of what the machine is capable of. It's still nice having it on here. It's easier to get working than DOSBox. Let me click the leaf. Let's go down to the village. Also, the music is not always fitting. It's really loud right now. And it's happy when weird, bad stuff is going on. There also was never a mouse peripheral released for this console, which I think it needs. I'm partial to it, though. I've got a lot of good memories of fooling around in this game. Trying to understand what the fuck to do when I was a very small child. I never got very far. I don't think I ever got off the island when I was a little wee babito. Would I have killed him to add some more colors? This could work on NES. There's nothing. I need a light spell, I think. Unless. Oh yeah, I don't want to go in here yet. It's like a magic tent. I love this kind of game conceptually, though. To the depth. Games were not often deep at this point in history. They were like hop and bop, spaceship shooter, bleep bleep bloop bloop type nonsense. Oh yeah, I can't do anything here because I don't have the staff yet. I don't even have the staff yet. It's a beautiful and creative RPG with a compelling high fantasy storyline that's not quite like anything. I would love a Loom movie, for example. All the magic in this world is weaving based. It's based on threads and weaving on a loom. That apparently is what weaves space-time. It's bigger on the inside, this tent. There it is, the loom from the game Loom. These are all wizards, that's why. Dame Hetchel, what do you to say in your defense? Basically, I'm like Harry Potter. I'm like the chosen child that everyone's scared of. But she's been teaching me magic anyway. Even though I've got all the midichlorian count in the world. And they're like, don't do that. He's too radical and awesome. He's the chosen one. You can't teach him magic. I have no defenses or excuses, Elder Atropos. My actions speak for themselves. Reckless defiance is intolerable. How do you disobey, Sechel? This would make a great book if it isn't already. I'm gonna Google that. Apparently not. There's other books with the same name. Yeah, no, it was never written down as a novel. I'm the big bag evil wizard that makes all the rules. And look at my shiny staff that you're going to get in about 5 seconds. Does this music fit what's happening? I ask you. My destiny is in your hands, elders. I remember watching this as a kid being dumbfounded that the game had a story. It required my attention span to be longer than 5 seconds. Gaze upon the great loom to know your destiny. For behold, thy destiny is upon you. Beam, beam, beam. I'm gonna be able to learn that spell too. All the spells you see in this game are learnable. Oh, should beam an egg. Egg. A swan's egg. Curious destiny, indeed. The draft has never failed before. Hark. I hear a cry outside. We're under attack by birds. This would make a... Am I wrong? This would make a great fantasy novel? So swans are imbued with some mystical significance in this game, and that they can fly to the stars and whatnot. The swan is a wizard too, by the way, in swan form, which is why it's able to do this. It's loading. No, swan, no. It's turning everyone else into swans. It's a self-replicating swan. It's like a zombie virus, but it swanifies you. Oh no, I've been swanified. I'm so beautiful and elegant and majestic. All my dreams are coming true. So they'll fly up to the sky pussy, the sky ussy, I guess you'd call it these days. To the swan dimension, I guess, where they have a stronghold to escape the end of the world, which is happening because ever since your birth, you, the chosen one, the patterns in the loom have become chaotic and unstable. Oh, wonderful. Everyone's flown away. No explanations or goodbyes. Nope, only swan. Why did they leave me behind? Give me that stick. Give me that magic stick. Feels heavier than it looks. Giggity. Now I have a distaff. I can. It's enchanted. I can do spells on it. Could I have enchanted my penis and have like a cock down there at the bottom of the screen? And play it like a flute? Don't ask me how I knew that. There's a little baby swan. Thank goodness you're still here. Mother Hetchel, is that you? You know, it's me. I saw you watching us. What's been happening there, Hetchel? The whole village has flown away. I'd hoped the swan might come to save you. Which one? It doesn't narrow it down very much in this game. She wove so much mischief. Save me from what? Look at that. Look at that. That's such a PFP right there. That's such a profile picture, avatar. They were going to turn you into a swan as they tried to do to me. They couldn't... That's an upgrade, though. That's a young swan, isn't it? She's got more years of life now. Why do the elders want to get rid of me? I haven't broken any rules. You're the chosen one. His name is Bobbin Threadbare. Don't groan. They fear you, Bobbin. It's part and parcel of the weaving theme. Why should anyone be afraid of me? Ever since you came into our world, the elders watched chaos spread across the pattern in the loom. As they believed that your birth was the cause of this chaos and that order might return if you were banished. But now the elders are banished and you're still here, and this can only mean one thing. The pattern is failing of its own accord. It will soon come to an end, and with it, all that's hemmed into its threads. A third shadow is nigh. That comes up later in the game. Is there any way to stop it? Stop chaos? The elders thought they could. Now they know better, so should you. If we can't stop the chaos, what can we do? We can embrace it or escape. Embrace the chaos. Dun, 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 dun. Swan rescued the rest of her guild from the coming time of darkness. The way before us is clear. We must find where our flock has fallen and join if we can. We must go to space! Isn't it weird that a game like this would be on fucking turbo graphics? You already found the Elder's distaff. Good. Never let it out of your grasp. Like a primarily Japanese system. I think this was a TTI adaptation though. Turbo Technologies Incorporated. So it was late in the system lifespan. Won't be able to do very much with it. As you practice, more will reveal itself. As long as the distaff remains in your hands, they'll know you're safe. There's a lot of surprising ports on this system that don't seem to belong here. Like Shadow of the Beast, for one. Leave this eye on Loom Child. That's a little bit of a hint. You were born from the loom itself. And he later goes, why does everyone keep calling me Loom Child? Gee, I fucking wonder, what does it imply? You're the Jesus. Oh, look at the thread Ussy. Or the Loom Ussy? The Lussy? I wish I knew everyone why everyone calls me Loom Child. Because you're born of the loom. You're the fucking Jesus Skywalker of this story. I really need a mouse for this. No, that's not what I wanted to do. This is why you need a mouse for this. Don't say thrusty. That's cursed. Alright, let's try this again. This is better with a keyboard because you can just type it out. No, I did it again. I need a mouse for this. Let's try this a third time. What do you mean it won't work on the loom? I just saw Hetchel use it. Yeah, apparently so. This was influential at one time. This was an award-winning PC game. I would love to see this get remastered in the modern era. As long as there's not like a 10-minute dialogue about gender. The attitude about that seems to be, I don't care that you don't like it. This is all that I care about. I'm going to force it on you until you get the message that I want you to have. Which, an attitude like that can only be met with belligerence. I need a mouse for this. So now I can go fuck around with dyes. This is cool. This is where he discovers his power. The spells change on every playthrough also, so you can't just memorize them for speedruns. I have turned it green! I can only turn things green currently. Everything must be green. What if I do it backwards? Oh, it does do... Every spell's reversible. I forgot about that. And away we go. I have a spell book now. I don't know how to access it. Let's see if it works on the tapestries before we try to leave the island. See what a great game this is, though? And if this came out when I was playing like NES games, so the change in depth, it's like I was skipping through puddles and suddenly fell in the ocean. To suddenly be exposed to such a deep game. Especially with a high fantasy storyline. Okay. It worked. It works on these too. Can I bleach everything? Oh. I guess it has to be green. So there's other cool stuff you can do. Even with just these two spells you start with. Like this. Like, see this oyster? You can't open up a bird. You can't use an open spell to explode them. I tried. That'll open it up and all the birds can eat it. You can close it again too using the reverse DECE, which is Dece as in Dece nuts. I've been sitting on that one for a while. Felt good to get it out. Shame to ruin the girl's breakfast. I won't do it. He refuses. Makes good use of what little color it has. I don't know what you're supposed to do up here. There's like a spooky forest. I guess I need to come back here when I have more spells. This is called doing what you can with what you've got. 16 color EGA, but they with good art direction. There's something under the brambles. Can I open the grave? This was really influential on me as a boy. It fired up my imagination to think that there were swans in a starry night sky dimension. And that I could use any staff to musically weave reality. He's like, maybe I better not raise the dead. Yeah, probably better not. That's all I can seem to do. Can I change the color of this owl? Nope. Can't change the color of an owl. Can't explode him. Used to be a proper country. I have to finish the spell I accidentally started. Looks pretty good. I want to say the main character sprite's been improved somewhat. That's a shame. LucasArts had some of the better ones. Weird thing to be particular about. So if you've already put 2 and 2 together, yes, we can open up the sky, but we have to get close to it. Is this not ripe for adaptation? Now let's try this. Open up the sky. Open, open, open. I've only got PC speaker on my retro computer, so all this just sounds like bleeps and bloops. I think when I played this originally, I had Tandy sound source, so it had some sound, but it wasn't CD audio, which made this. There was a time when consoles were objectively the best place to play most games, where you did get more hardware for your money. Those times are long since. I mean, technically they're not over, but there's less of an argument to be made for it now. Like, you would get significantly better versions of games on console. Remember the dock? Lightning blasted off a tree branch, and we can now ride that. So there's a twist spell. We're gonna need to do that backwards to untwist a tornado, and I don't know what it is. Get on there, bitch. Do what I tell you. Finally, after, let's see, 31 years of life, or longer, I have left the island due to an exponential increase in what my brain is capable of, allegedly. I don't know what to do here. I want to get in closer. DEFC. Right, I don't have that one yet. Wasn't it Twisty Wind? That's not. That's an unsubtle clue. If I remember right, I can learn something from the owl. I don't remember how to do it though. Also, I don't think it's the same owl. It might be. There's an enhanced port of River City Ransom on this machine. It's on CD and it looks dramatically better if you like that game. There's not a translation yet. Yeah, how do you do this? I remember him being one screen over too. There's some way to do that. You have to wake him up. I'm reading a guide now. The guide says I missed some spells in the village. I had no idea about this. Feels weird and good going back to games that you played as a child but never got very far in. And finally seeing more of them. Although there's some that I was able to beat as a kid that I cannot beat as an adult, which seems backwards. I don't know how I did it back then. I guess just unlimited free time. Select takes me to... Alright. That didn't help. Probably. It just hurts the presentation that it has such low colors. Why didn't we also get ports of like Monkey Island on this, I wonder? No, that's not the one. I'm gonna cheat. Because I don't know how to get the owl to reveal its secrets. Alright. Nope, I have to learn it. It won't let me cheat. I have to learn it first. Oh no, I can open the tent, can't I? I'll probably open the tent flap. Can I not point at it? I can't. That doesn't work. Huh. What about down here? No? I gotta do something with the owl. I don't know what. This was mystifying in the time, though. To have this on a computer that could... The same one you play, like, Number Munchers on. To have a whole cinematic story. Somehow inside of the floppy disk. Through arcane magics beyond your understanding at that age. No. It doesn't work. These nuts. They're as close as Sorensen can get. Alright. Would have been better to just map these to the buttons when you're doing this in spell mode. Guess there wouldn't have been enough buttons. Fuck, what do I do? I'm gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna keep doing it and see if it wakes up the owl. I used to roleplay. I think I went as him one year for Halloween because it was a simple costume. Nobody knew who I was. But in the woods, if I could find a big stick, I'd roleplay as Bob and Threadbare. Is that gay? I wanted to be a wizard for a while. I read Ursula Le Guin books about students of magic. That was my Harry Potter. Ursula Le Guin wrote better, more esoteric wizardry, anyways. What's this? Giggity. What about here? See? C. CD. C. D. D. Oh, this is the owl. This is why I remember it being one screen over. You don't actually see the owl. You just learn it from the holes. Where's the last one? I can't tell what I'm looking at. I only see 3 of them. I gotta get the last owl into the hole to complete the sequence. Don't I? But I don't know how to do that. Fuck. Well... That's not how to save, I don't think. I can save, here we go. There we go. We can pick this up later. There's other games I want to show you tonight. This one I'm definitely gay for. This is a lot like Magic Knight Rayearth in that it's a story of a bunch of neon-haired anime schoolgirls doing slice-of-life anime stuff in the future. It just has really good graphics, and it's a later generation CD game. I think I have this one on CD. Actually, yeah, I have this on CD. Why am I not playing it on CD? Let me play it on physical CD-ROM. Let's take Panic Bomber out. This is why I bought this dumb thing, isn't it? So I could play physical media and own games again. Which what's the last console you could do that on? Where you had better than even chances of having the entire game be playable on the disc. Like PS3, PS4? You know what I'm talking about. When was the last generation where you could rely on the entire game being playable on the disc at the time that you bought it instead of having to immediately download updates that would be specific to your console? It should load. Here we go. We're playing an actual CD on actual hardware. Private Idol. Oh wait, this isn't... Is this the English translation or not? I think it is. Here we go. Yes, it is. Cute. Look at this art style. Look at how animated the cutscenes are, though. It's an ara already. You're having to teach the audience what holograms are. Is she? Really? This is like Nyan Nyan Nico Sugar Girls. Have you ever seen that one? From the mimes? This is not the 80s. This is the 90s. We don't have this technology quite yet. I think that was a wordplay. I think that was a pun. Is she talking about herself in third person? It looks so wonky with the giant eyeballs. This was really its own very distinct stage of animation. Look at how good this looks. This is like watching an actual anime. Through the power of CD-ROM technology. With about as many frames of animation. So we're just a bunch of fun-loving, purple-haired Japanese idols, I guess, doing idol stuff, riding around in a tour bus. Look at you look at stuff like this, and you can understand why NEC thought the PCFX was a good idea. They're already kind of approaching that standard of trying to replicate anime. Really good graphics. Conventional digital spirits. So you're basically going to promotional photo shoots. And that's what the levels are, is they're different themed shoots. MEC, see what they did there? This is kind of what we have now with chatbots. Really good looking, huge, detailed character portraits. This is where the extra colors come in handy. So it's kind of Halloween themed, vaguely. Keep in mind, you're looking at an 8-bit console. It's mind-blowing when you look at the later generation games to remember that. It's like racing up a car. It's like taking a Honda Civic and putting all the spoilers and shit on it. This is just a riced up NES. Can I say that? That's problematic now, isn't it? I didn't mean it that way. This is kind of like YouTube content creation. They're just taking attractive people to some interesting place and staging some events happening. Like half the shit Mr. Beast does. Where he has a bunch of well-known influencers like sleep in a cave or something.
どうもベイスタッフのバスが道に迷った本当にええすみませんお前が謝ることじゃない遅れる
Interactive? Oh, it's loading from the CD. That's the downside. It better not be glitched. I bought this. I bought a physical copy of this. Is this glitched? It looks like it might be. Let's try playing it from the SD card. I really want to make this work. It's like the quality of something you would see on Sega Saturn with less colors, or PlayStation even, in Japan. But it's on an 8-bit console, technically 8/16. You know what I mean? They're just punched well above its weight. Can I skip? Ugu Ugu Desune Desu blah blah blah. Anime talk.
ナビは次世代のバと同時になんて説明僕がその最初でも最近で
It shouldn't have any emulation problems. It's FPGA. It's not emulation.
性格は元子
So I've heard there are sometimes compatibility issues depending on how accurate the cores are,
佐々木さん
which seems like it defeats the purpose.
佐々木さんは一流大学のオカルト同
I've always been cringe. Have you been paying attention? I've never not been
ボス
cringe.
なんていうかまあそれ綺麗な人で
There's a lot of stuff like this on this platform. It gets even worse on PCFX where half the library is porn games.
携帯電話で話し
And not good ones. Just like imagine MS Paint titties.
元子と気が強く
Look
て
at that. That's like bug eyes. That doesn't even look human. That's Solid Snake. You can't fool me. Colonel. I want to bust with a bunch of idols.
ディレクターをはじめとする今頃は撮影中
This is just kind of amazing overreach for something that's basically a souped up NES. Am I wrong to see stuff that's almost 32-bit on it in its design logic?
どうした白木なぜバスを止めるまだ
どうもベイスタッフのバ本当ええすみません
お前が謝ることじゃないとりあえず俺たちだけ
Okay, this works better. That was weird. I don't know why the disc glitched out. Look at the colors in that. Like I said, still images are where it shines.
うわーいかにも何か言わ
This is actually where we're going to be filming.
木造の2階建てずいぶん古い建物に
It's not just a visual novel either. There's RPG gameplay.
ないような廃墟だね。廃墟ですか？あやがナビちゃんより頭。
Not by much. That looks great though. Look at this pixel artwork. Why doesn't the opening to Splatterhouse look like that?
パンダ、しっかりしな。このぐらいで怖がってちゃう。でも
What would the American equivalent of this be?
ゆうこさん、
Like in Japan, there were a lot of games that were basically just trying to make an anime playable. Would it be like the Simpsons Virtual Springfield CD-ROM game? Or there were other like activity center CD-ROMs, weren't there, for like Star Wars and South Park? Maybe not South Park.
立ち寄る手が狂ったからかな。
We didn't have as much stuff like this. In Japan, if you were like a die-hard fan of a particular anime character, you could buy a character CD, which is just a voice actor or a voice actress reading lines and doing like improv with other characters from the show and singing and stuff like that. They made it really easy to just disappear into fictional escapism in a way that we didn't really get as much of in the United States. Like imagine a character CD set for The Simpsons where you could buy one of Homer like doing comedy sketches with like Lenny and Mr. Burns. That would have been the equivalent, where it's much cheaper to produce and helps drum up money for the next episode of the proper animation. But it gives you like a taste of the characters interacting. Didn't I already talk to her? Here's the RPG gameplay. Look at the sprite quality.
あ、また
She's probably got diabetes. It's just low blood sugar.
見て。大丈夫。気絶してる。
そうですね。
Going to the mansion.
いいや。
No way.
おいおい、そう
Don't make this any worse.
どうせ撮影は中
I'm
で
gonna be
行う
filming
んだ
in
し
the air anyways.
ね、ま、怖いんなら一人でば
冗談でしょ。
This is just set up to any scary movie. Look at the quality of the back of the assets. Giggity.
雰囲気が。あ、早かったな。あれ。いいえ、そんな。ただ上手に。ふーん。ねえねえ、めいちゃん。
Let's walk around a little.
それじゃあですね、メイ。
Now it becomes an RPG, kind of. Not really. Not like a Square RPG. There's not turn-based battles. It's more like Sweet Home, where you like collect items and solve puzzles.
おい
He doesn't want us going up here. Why? What's going on? Did it glitch again? No, here we go.
いよいよ降ってきましたね。
It's trying to start raining.
部屋に案内してくれ
あ、はい。
Looks a lot like RPG Maker, actually.
こちら。
It looks damn good, though.
メイさんと彩香さんはメインスタッフたちが着くまで
やった自由時間。
Do you see what I mean about this being like pseudo 32-bit?
かんな。ごめん。
There was a lot of shit like this on Saturn. A lot. Saturn kind of was the platform that PCFX wanted to be in Japan. Largely because it could also do 3D graphics and was cheaper than the PCFX, despite the PCFX being a weaker platform. If you were a weeb, though, and I guess in Japan there wasn't any distinction, this was the platform to have until Saturn came out, and then Saturn was the platform to have. If you wanted self-indulgent escapism.
およメイジュースならたくさんありますから
Tenchi juice. I feel like he's gonna drug us.
いただき
はいどうぞ
There was some stuff like this on Sega CD also, like Urusei Yatsura, Dear My Friends, which we streamed some of,
いつでも言ってください
which is just a delectable treat if you like that show. I just wish we got that in the United
これから
States.
どうするつもりなの
Like, imagine if the Saturday morning cartoons didn't just function as toy commercials. Imagine if, like, G.I. Joe, Ninja Turtles, Street Sharks, imagine if they had software of this quality. That would have required us to have CD-ROM capable consoles, though, much earlier than we got them.
あやかたちはね
I guess that's why we didn't get them.
楽しそうね
You really can't do stuff like this without
でも
CD-ROM.
使った方がいいわ
Because you need the storage space and you need CD quality audio.
レイいい加減なこと言ってカン行きましょうかな
Kimasho.
どうも
Look at her eyeball. It's like drifting off the side of her head. She doesn't care for me.
でも本当に気をつけた
What'd you knock down, cat? This is cool, though. This is a proper, look at the size of her hands. What the fuck is going on there? They're like yaoi hands.
うわーオルゴールだそうね
This just makes great use of the format. Do you see why I compared it to Magic Knight Rayearth? Very, very similar vibes. And style. Where you're just bug-eyed Ugu anime girls doing cute, funny stuff. With fantastical happenings. And solving mysteries like the Scooby-Doo gang. Oh, look, it's a toilet.
しかし
That's one dirty
汚いトイレ
toilet.
だねま
Eat shit out of the toilet, idiot.
あ浴室か
Shower room. Is there gonna be a shower scene? I don't know if I can show this. I'm gonna hover my mouse over the button to hide this.
さすがに無理か
Not happening. Water's not coming out. Probably for the best. I remember doing that in a Sierra game, the Colonel's Bequest, and the main character, who's a woman, says, "What did you think this was? A Leisure Suit Larry game?"
これはボイラーみたいですねそりゃわかるけどお湯を沸かしたり暖房に使うとしてもこんな大きなボイラーは必要だ
That's a clue.
それにしてもあなんだろう
Those are
骨
bones.
ですよ骨何のそれにしても大きすぎるよね
That wouldn't make sense. Actually, it might if it's wood fired. This is a pretty good Halloween game, unexpectedly. Wonder if anyone's ripped these sprites for use with RPG Maker. They must have by now. I bet someone did it decades ago and made their own cringe weeb game using this sprite sheet.
なかなか立派なお屋敷だけど長く放置されてところ
They're all very distinctive due to the different color hair and also the different hairstyles, despite the sprites otherwise being nearly identical. Maybe that's part of the reason for the weird hair anime characters tend to have. This is cool. I like this. I'm glad I bought this.
うわー見て見て壁
Why is that awesome? Why are you excited?
あや
Oh.
か
She's gonna die first.
ペンダントはあ仕方
It's right there.
あったあったよかった
I wish for an English
姉ちゃんありがと
dub.
う小さな写真だねうんね
What
え
about
元
your
気だったんだけどね
father? He's a
5
detective.
年前に
That's gonna be a plot point, isn't it?
南韓の木が腐りかけてるよ
Anything new to say? Oh, I've already done this.
そう
The downside being that the original Turbo Duo, or even the original CD-ROM drive, was like 1x, so you would have had to sit there for a little bit longer than you just saw for it to load every little... Like, everything had to fit into system memory. And in order to facilitate games like this, they had to release hue cards that were like... Remember the RAM expansion for N64 that came with Donkey Kong 64? It's the same thing, but it was in the form of a hue card that would sit in the slot while you're playing CD games. And they released multiple iterations that added more and more memory. Because no matter how much space you had on the CD drive, in order to actually display shit on screen, it had to be copied from the CD into system memory. So every time you wanted to have a big sprite like that appear, it would have to run the CD drive and copy that over to the system card before it could be shown on screen. Kind of like the VRAM on your graphics card. Oh, they're outside? Can I go outside? I can go outside.
すごい雨だよ澤田さんたちは大変だねねえねえもう中に入ろうよ
Oh, they won't let me go outside. Alright, whatever I'm supposed to do is in... No, I really want to go outside. Can I do that? Are you going to let me?
澤田さんたちはねえね
Or she's forcing me inside. I can't explore out there. Shit. Can I close the front doors? I fucking guess I can't. I can go in here. Haven't been here yet. Oh, there's a garden. Hold on. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere.
え雨は止みそうにないね
Do Japanese women make that noise in real life?
かな
I feel like they don't.
木が傘代わりになってるね
That's the smartest anime girl right there.
あそこに
High IQ comment.
井戸みたいだねポン
Oh, we can get the shower working.
ポンプみたい
We might see pixel titties yet.
してないから電気が来ても動くかどうかあ木が傘代わりになって
That's all? Alright. So I guess our job is to fix the pump. Which will require, what, an extension cord? can't. It's like right here.
他の人たちは
スタッフはロケバスまで。他はすみません。
Everyone's got their own private rooms. Was this ever really a thing? Just abandoned houses? Was this before like meth became a plague in the homeless community? Because otherwise this place would be just jam-packed with tweakers. There are no just derelict properties anymore. I always thought, like, as a teenager who's just angsty and brooding all the time, if things don't work out in my life, I could just buy a cape, go find an abandoned mansion, and just be a Dracula. Like, that's how it happens, right?
荒れ果てたなんだか知らないけど
Are you loading anything? There we go. I hate that. It tries to find a path around if you're obstructed. Look at this. I lost my mind. This is great pixel, even if you look really closely. This looks better than a lot of modern pixel games. This was, I think, a 1995 game though. So this was like the twilight years of the system, where it was competing with both Saturn and PS1 by that point. So it had to imitate the style of Saturn games, which had a bunch, which were cope. If you were like a fat otaku, you couldn't have the kind of social experiences you wanted with hot chicks. Baddies wouldn't really talk to you. The virtual baddies were your sole remaining option. But probably, I mean, that was comfortable in its own way. There's a safety to not having to deal with real humans that reject you and they're cruel. That would have been me, if not for the grace of God, so to speak. I mean, I had girlfriends. I don't know how. I didn't try. If I had to try, I would have been fucked. If I actually had to have game, I basically just stumbled backwards into situations where I guess the girls who were interested in me lost patience with me not picking up on their overtures and would just kind of be like, hey, I'm your girlfriend now.
物置みたいだね
That happened with my first... Although my first girlfriend, we didn't really do anything except kiss. I mean, that's how it should be at that age.
この部屋石油か何かの匂いみたい
The second one had to like grab me by the hand to get me to hold her hand because I didn't pick up on it. Like, to them, life is a movie. Life is like a romance movie where there are perfect moments where you're supposed to know what to do, and I never knew what to do. So if it hadn't been for meeting the right women at the right points in my life, I would have been like the kissless virgin sitting in his room in Tokyo with a PCFX ogling MS Paint boobs.
小さなドラムか軽油みたいだね
Oh, that goes in the generator or the pump, doesn't it? Do I have a inventory? How do I access my inventory? I can open that at any time. That's good to know. This is cool, isn't it? I just wish that this had been the quality that we saw throughout the system's lifespan. A lot of the early games, especially the HuCard games, are basically just slightly improved NES games, especially like Salamander. Stuff like that, where it... I guess that's true of any console, though. Like, the really good stuff comes out towards the end of the lifespan, and... yeah, it has to be judged keeping in mind what it was being compared to when it came out, when it was new.
これ発電機だよね。小型の発電機みたい。
That's not a generator. Have you ever seen a generator?
使ってるみたいだね。これを動かせばやこの紐を引っ張れば動くみたい。よっと。
I don't think this person ever has seen a generator in their lives.
動くわけない。
Don't we have diesel oil? Did we not pick up diesel oil? I guess now that we've seen that, we can go back and pick it up. It's one of those games where your character doesn't know things. And you're not allowed to know what they don't know. What was that sound? A fucking ghost. Probably a tentacle monster, actually, given the genre. That's definitely a ghost. Nope. This time it'll work. Doesn't run on oil. Most of them don't. There we go. Just have to go back to the garden. Serial Experiments Lane, if you ever saw that, was kind of commentary on hikikomori and otaku living their lives virtually. Back when trying to live your life virtually was far less rewarding than it is today because of the dearth of relevant technologies. Tech was just worse. These days, those people just live in VR chat. Yeah. I'm gonna be really quick to block this view if she gets naked for the shower, but she might. There were a lot of games like that. I don't know of any such scene in this one. I know there's one like that in Snatcher. Oh, it's got to be hot water. Boiler needs fuel, which means more diesel oil, right? Why would you not keep it in your inventory anyways? Oh, look who came down to join us. I am in a slasher film. Hopefully. Wouldn't that be a funny ending to this? Everybody just dies. And that's the good end. I just can't get over how good the sprite work looks. As a connoisseur of pixel art. So what am I looking for? Firewood? Oh yeah, they have separate toilets and showers. Because it's Japan, I guess. She's not alone. She's got the airhead archetype with her. They're all kind of archetypes. And the random pointless sci-fi aspect just because it's Japanese and they would think that's cool.
Oh.
He's going to be the killer. I guess I'm just calling that right now. That means we're going to get a bath scene, probably. Or that's foreshadowing. That she's also somehow in on sinister stuff. This reminds me a lot of Sweet Home. That's what it always is. Is in the 3D games too, isn't it? Is that you always have to get the lights turned back on. So you got to go somewhere spooky to do that. So that doesn't advance the plot, apparently. Is it still raining outside? Yep, we still have to stay inside. This is an unexpectedly good Halloween game. I was expecting just frivolous anime girl nonsense. But if you haven't seen Nyan Nico Sugar Girls, you have to watch it. It's a satire of fanime, which is fan-made anime from like the late 90s, early 2000s, which the quality was often extremely dubious. Where the voice acting sounds like there's a sweatshirt draped over the microphone. It often maxes out the microphone and you just hear static. Oh, there's a basement. Keep going. Don't be a pussy. Oh, that's where that goes. I love doing this. I don't know why. Just imagine them moving like faster than visible frame rate. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. That's really funny to me. It's like in Pong when the ball bounces too fast. There literally is nothing down here. Not at least at this juncture in the story, it's not accessible. Who's gonna be the killer? Who's your money on? My money's on the quiet guy, who doesn't answer any questions when asked.
元子が
We did get games based on popular properties, didn't we? Like, we got Simpsons NES games and Super Nintendo games, and we got Beavis and Butthead games for Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. They just weren't very good. And I think they weren't more in-depth and didn't have voice acting from the crew because we didn't have a 16-bit CD-ROM game system that was successful in the United States in the way that the PC Engine CD was very successful very early on in Japan. Maybe if Super Nintendo CD had taken off.
シャワー室は見つけたんだ。はあ、こんな古い館じゃお湯
We almost got a shower scene.
ボイラーに火が入ってる。なんだって骨。それにしても大きい。
So do we put fuel in there or do we put firewood in there? What's everyone doing in here? How do you do, fellow enemies?
名たちは外に出ててよ。お願い。
Leave us on our own. Oh, we got lovebirds. I still think he's the killer though is the problem, so she's gonna die first.
どいてろ
Oh, they're fucking or trying to. I must do everything in my power to stop this. Otherwise, the number of enemies will increase. I really hope someone's ripped these sprites. I said the same thing about Knuckles Chaotix. And in fact, in agreement with my suspicions, apparently a lot of different Sonic fan game authors have made use of Knuckles Chaotix sprites. They just haven't ripped them off wholesale. They mixed them up with other things so they're less recognizable. But Knuckles Chaotix has some beautiful sprite work. And it would be a damn shame if it never got used for any actual good game. Maybe the firewood's in the basement.
ああ。木が傘代わりになって
And so it's not back there. I want to say it is in the basement. And this right here is firewood. I need light. I need a light source though, I think. Did you expect there to be such involved games on this system? Like, especially Loom. I just wish they'd remastered it. Because it really looks rough. PC DOS graphics until the VGA standard with 256 colors were rough. You remember Commander Keen having a README in game that bragged that Quake was going to be 256 colors with smooth scrolling in all directions? Like that was like big wah wee wah technology. The graphics modes available on PC for a long time were just not acceptable. Especially CGA. CGA is eyeball burning. That's the one where it's like magenta and teal. And black. Can I use this as firewood? It seems like I should be able to. Why would I not be able to? Alright, logically I should be able to use the waste wood as firewood. It's not letting me though. Or like put on the armor or use those swords. It bothers me when games do that.
ずいぶん古いお
That's going to be a plot point. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to interact with it. This also has a great Zelda clone on it called Newtopia. I think I showed it to you. There's 2 games in the Newtopia duology. Both are great and both are romantic. Not like Valentine's Day romantic, but I mean like there's something about just being a little humble 8-bit or 16-bit little man in his little armor with his little shield and his little sword embarking upon a grand adventure in a world that's too big for him that just inspires me. There's something timeless about it. Just being a little fellow with a little sword trying to make a difference in a huge world. Brings a tear to my eye. Why is there just a chair in this room? Is there... What is there, like a flashlight? Like Zelda, Legend of Zelda, or Final Fantasy. Especially the ones that are action RPGs. They just inspire me, alright? He's so little. But he's got such... They got his Hobbit pill. It's just such big ambition.
これ以上はもっ
I guess that's what made Lord of the Rings, The Hobbits... The Fellowship of the Ring, rather, so compelling. We all want to root for the underdog. Sting the band. That would have been a very different book. Is that a kitchen? If there's not something in the kitchen, I don't understand anything anymore. I can't interact with the kitchen. There's nothing to interact with in the kitchen, which is contrary to every muscle in my body when it comes to adventure games. I'm missing something. So she's hanging out making sure they don't kiss or anything. Or do anything unchristian.
それにしても一応動いてはいるけど
That's foreshadowing later when the lights turn off. Watch and see if it doesn't happen. Whose fantasy is this? This seems kind of sinister. Who is this made for? I guess you're right. It is not that different from a slasher movie. You could ask the same thing about what sort of person makes a slasher movie, and what their like sexual hang-ups are, with all the symbolism.
あれ
I got every machine is just like pill-shaped.
発電機が動く
Like I don't know what a generator looks like. It's just a pill-shaped thing with a dome. I don't know what a water pump looks like. It's just the same thing that generator was. Because I don't want to draw anything that's too intricate. Whatever, every machine is the same thing. It's also what I like about shmups, just being a little spaceship fighting an entire alien empire by my lonesome with a rockin' metal soundtrack. They have nothing to say about the toilet. That seems odd.
優子さんこれでシャワーなんか浴びたらは
I gotta find the purple hair. Ara. I don't know what I'm missing. Oh, here she is.
やっぱり
The spirit in this mission.
優子さんも見たの？
This is how to advance the story.
残念ながらはっきりと見たわけじゃないけど
Couldn't see it clearly.
緑色っぽいものが鳥肌が立つくらい強烈な冷気を感じたし
I like your two-frame talking animation. I guess we're ghost hunters now. Would this have been a girls' game at the time? I feel like it would have had to be. There was a girls' console called the Casio Loopy, which had only girls' games on it and would print stickers, which these days would be considered like gender crime for being so stereotypical. We're just giving their audience what they wanted, though. Am I playing a game intended for Japanese teenage girls? I hope not. I can feel my balls shrinking. And they get the soda, protect my balls. Red's fighting rough. That is the well that we saw outside, isn't it? I still say we're looking for firewood. Oh, this is when we're supposed to go back down to the basement, isn't it? This is where a ghost would appear, isn't it? I guess not. Not yet. Mark my words, though, it will. That's where it's gonna be. I love this genre, but horror is very formulaic, and to the point where once a flag has been thrown, you know exactly what's gonna happen and when it's gonna happen. I do enjoy this kind of game, though, just because it's got a bunch of different gameplay styles. It's got big, flashy graphics, where it's not just overhead view. In some areas, it gives you a direct first-person view of what you're looking at, and it has beautiful pixel art. And if you like that kind of game, there's a fuckload of it on Saturn, just not translated. But these days, games are being translated left and right. It's like Christmas every day. It's like new to you games that you can finally play. You just have to, if you want to play them on real hardware, and there's not an FPGA solution for that. There's quite a buy-in. Because a Saturn is spendy now, and then you don't just need the Saturn. You also need an HDMI adapter, or you need an HDMI to like RCA or S-Video. And then a wireless controller to bring it up to modern standards. If you're less picky, though, or if you have a CRT television, which is how these are meant to be played, you can do without some of those things. Second story, she said. So I have to go upstairs. I didn't find anything.
やっぱり残念ながらはっきり緑色っぽいものが鳥肌が立つくらい
So second story corridor. We got to do something to advance the story. I don't know what. What if in one of the rooms there was that Guru machine? You know, the one from the meme that takes anime girls apart with like a laser? And that entire animation was in this game as one of the bad ends. Alright, I'm done. I'm not a psychopath. It's just it would be really non-sequitorial for such a lighthearted, like, up-tempo game like this, where even in a haunted house, everything's just kind of cute and whimsical, for there to be the Guru machine. I want it. My soul wants it. And the voice acting is just like 20 minutes of screaming as the blonde one watches the redhead getting dissected. Anything in here? These are our rooms. I don't think there would... Maybe him.
ユレを
Nope, same dialogue as last time. I don't know what to do to advance the story. I'm hungry and out of money. Patreon money's supposed to come through any day now. It's been paying out half of it early lately. I don't know why that happens, but I'm not complaining, because I often need it a day or two early. I need to buy some antifungal spray. I got jock itch on my balls. I know you didn't want to know that. I have been washing myself. Don't worry about that. It's just I've been using the gym shower of the local community gym, and I guess that's a breeding ground for fucking ball fungus. That's Hamdad lore you never knew you wanted, or I guess you still don't want it. But now you know it, and it'll never be removed from your brain. There's downsides. I thought maybe there were only upsides for a while to that membership. I was getting the most out of my membership because they raised the price. It's like $45 a month now. It used to be $30. Not that long ago, like 2018, it was $30. They just raised the price like everyone else did on everything. So now I'm trying to make use of all the facilities that they have. Like sometimes if I need a place to write that's just out of the house, I'll just go there and sit in one of their comfy chairs. I hope so. I'm working on it. Now that I have Patreon money coming in, I can buy those heat pads in the correct size and repair the fucking habitats fully. Then at least, and I have one more mouse, and that mouse is not long for the world. With that money, I can finally restart construction on the double-decker habitats. Although I wonder if there was any point to that, considering they barely fit in the aquarium. I'm thinking of dumping out all the rocks, the aquarium stones, and getting like a not sand, something with a larger granule size, because it won't scratch as much. Oh, what the fuck?
これ以上つきまとう
Quit following me. Did he just fucking punch her? What the hell, dude? What'd I tell you? What'd I tell you? I got bad vibes from him from the start. So she was crushing on him and following him around, being like a kohai to his aloof senpai. And he just belted her one. I have not seen that in a game like this before. What I want is double locking module with 2 floors on each module. Stuff's happening finally.
ゆうこ
Or incident
事
happened.
件
Incident
この床をご覧なさ
on
い。
the floor.
まさか
Blood?
そうよ。あなたたちは何も聞いてないのね。
優子さんは
詳しくはないけど。
Oh, we get a cutscene.
この館には
A black magician. Excuse me? You don't need to mention that he's black.
子供と一緒にね。人里離れたこの屋敷で
Here to have horror experiments
男
time
は
and
幾
again.
度もおぞましい実験。
Look at that scrolling.
誰も知らない隠し部屋で行われた血の儀式。でも驚く
You
べ
can
き
see
こ
these
とは
acts from his family's eyes.
男は家族の前では
You can play the part of a
自
devoted
然を愛
nature
す
that
る
he
良
has
き
been.
夫を演じ続けてきたの。
Look at these cutscenes.
でも
It's forever.
全てを知った妻
This is why CD-ROM games seemed so next generation when they came out. Well, for American gamers, it was FMV, which was a cancerous fad. But this is why it actually was kind of a generational leap in technology. Voice acting, unlimited cutscenes, huge bespoke graphics, with unlimited, functionally, not really unlimited, but functionally unlimited storage.
だけど男に罪の意識なんてあるはずがなか
Compared
っ
to the
たのよ。
concept of sin. Oh, he killed him
そして男は
in this room. You got a family annihilator.
またまた綾香怖くなっちゃうよ
20 long years
20年も
ago.
前の出来事だけどね。ここは怨霊の館。
Vengeful spirits, you two should watch your step.
あなたたちも気を今良くないことが起こる。
This is still crazy to me. I know I won't shut up about it, but the equivalent is, imagine if Nintendo had released like Famicom Disk System in the United States, but with CDs instead of diskettes. And PlayStation quality games had come out on it eventually, completely leapfrogging the SNES. Where did
佐
she
々木さん
say?
って変あのさ佐々木さんあの事件
ええ
Black Magician.
彼は不死の研究や悪魔の召喚をな儀式に必要な血を得るために多くの動物の
最初
そうです。
That's right. Giant text.
一向に進まない研究に彼は苛立ち、すなわち
Meaning
人間の女性の命
lives of human women.
え
Your wife and young child.
長い間
All the time he kept his true self to
自
himself.
分の正体
Yeah, this is exactly what we just saw. You're just repeating it to us.
ところがある日泣き叫ぶ妻を縛り上げ彼女の血で寝室に
もう
そうですかここからがいいところだったのに残念
気分が悪くなってきたよそれで結局その
死にました
は
妻が警察に電話してたんです警察が駆けつけた時すでに妻は殺されていましたその傍らで男も生き絶えていたらしい警察の発表では断親した男が妻と無理心中を図ったってことになってます
That is fucked up for this game.
果たして真実は
佐々木さんって結構危ない人だったんだ
He is a little morbid. I like him. He doesn't look it. He doesn't dress very spooky. Where to now? I don't see any rain outside. Can you push him?
これは
々木さん。
これは
佐々木さんって。
You can't push him. This doesn't sound like CD music. It sounds like some of these are HuCard chiptunes. This is fun and campy.
まだか？何も聞かないで。
It's got nothing to do with you.
大きなお世話よ。
None of your business.
あや
She's kind of a bitch. I don't like her.
べーだ。もっと
I hope she dies. She probably will.
どうしたんですか、あやかね。
Let's open the door. Get out, Bart. I'm pissed.
うにゃー。
Has anyone ever made that noise while shitting?
あやか、大丈夫。トイレが汚い。
Oh.
大きなボイラーだぜ。
He's saying a lot of sus things. Why would he say that?
大きなボイラーだぜ。
What a strange thing for him to say.
さっきも言ったでしょ。あなたには関係。
At least we're advancing the plot, kind of.
これ
Why would you not have that in your inventory anyway? Securing more fuel seems like an obviously useful thing to do. There's someone in the corner, isn't there? We missed out. Sorry I made you see something so shameful. Is that it? So she was like horny for the blonde creep and kept following him, and he just punched her out, her lights out. I feel like this is misdirection though. Like that would be too obvious for him to be the bad guy. It's got to be someone we don't expect, right? So he's just the fake out.
あやか、どうしたっていうの？だってあのトイレ、あやかね、外でしてくるから、メイちゃんも後であやかの部屋に戻るから。
She's gonna go shit in the woods? That's 100% certain way to get killed.
あやかはどうしたんだろう。遅いですよね。
She's guaranteed dead. I promise you she's dead now. It's weird there's nothing we can do in this room yet. Seems like foreshadowing. At least we don't have her following us now. It's not that dirty of a toilet anyways. I think we recruit somebody to go look for Ayaka with us.
なぜだ。魔術関係の本が一冊もない。全部自然学や動物学関係の本ばかり。そう、楽しみにしてきたのにな。
I feel like he's also a red herring. Maybe not though. Maybe he's following in the footsteps of the Family Annihilator.
あれ白木さんに
それどころじゃない。
は
さっきね、
Main
雨
staff.
で崖崩れが発生
Heavy
し
rain triggered a
道が通れなく
landslide.
なってしまった
The road is impassable. How
だ
convenient.
からここへ来る
I guess technically how inconvenient, really.
ということは
撮影は中止だ。
それだけじゃありま。道が通れなくなったってことは。
また降ってきやがる。
Oh, cutscene time.
なんだ、何があった？
まさかどうしたのえ幽霊が出てカンナを
Look at that animation. So 2 of them are gone now. Alright, well, they're dead. Let's get out of here.
つまりこういうことだな。お前さんとカンナは地下室からワイン湖に入った時、目の前に幽霊はカンナを拉致し、そして
Oh, the cellar. We get to go there
ま
now.
あ何にせよ、とりあえず手分けしてさ。俺は
Split up and search. That seems unwise.
白木、お前は他の連中を探し。
Is that me?
もとこ元気がありますダイニングルームで何かそうねそれからってちょっと怖かったけど誰かいるのかと思って
Down to the basement. If they weren't stupid, they all would have left already. Like the microsecond somebody saw a ghost, they all would have left.
ワイン湖だと思うんだけどそのすぐ後に甲高い叫び声のそれが人の姿をしてるってカンナなんかその場で気絶して
If this is some Scooby-Doo bullshit where it's a human being with like a mask,
それでね気絶したカンナをしゃがんだんだねそうしたおかげでほらこ
oh, she sounds like she's acting. Actually, she says, "Look, I got all dirty."
それからのことは頭を打ったみたいで気がついたら
What if she's the villain?
あほらあれ
It's kind of a whodunit.
黒板を一回あれよりそれにしても明かりも持たずに私が懐中電灯を持ってまたかおだまり好きなだけって言ってるじゃないへえうるさいわよあなたも突然目の前に迫ってきた気を落とさないで気を落とす可愛くない性格だねお互い様よ
I don't like her. I say we leave her to die.
いない。篠田さんと笹。
Does he have a flashlight we could use? Maybe it's here.
誰のカバン
There it is.
勝手に開け
I'm just stealing it. Fuck you. It's mine now.
何いやいやちょっと気になった忘れてた確かに遅い
Ayaka's dead now. We should all move on with our lives. Oh, here we go.
懐中電灯ですね。元子が持ってたやつ。
We have 2 flashlights. Explains everything so bright. Oh, it's not actually bright. It's just that they can't render flashlight light properly.
なんだ
Colonel.
来たのか捜索は状況って言ってもなカンナも幽霊の姿もありゃしない
Oh, that was the soda she had, or juice.
二人が幽霊に会った扉のあたりに転がってた
No, that's the specific one she was given.
その間、も
これをいやそれは構わんが
It's gonna be a clue.
しかしお前さんも物好きなやつだね
Can we gather firewood? We still can't gather firewood.
彩香はどうしたんだろう。遅いですよね。
Oh, she's gone. If we find her body, we can eat her flesh.
ボイラーが動いてるよ。ボイラーが動いてる。
That's what. Okay, get ready to.
でも、のんびりしてる。暑くないですか？暑うわかかまそうだね。
We're gonna get killed, aren't we?
シャワーを浴びる。
That's too. Oh, she doesn't want to do it. It's like they're fucking with you, the devs. Like, oh, you want your shower scene, don't you? You can't have it. What about the people out front? Can we leave out the front now?
どうしました？なんか
She won't leave even with Ayaka gone. I thought maybe we'd finally be able to explore. Did the devs just not want to make that much of the game? Who have we not talked to? We've spoken to basically everybody, haven't we? Oh, it's time to quit. Fuck. This is a suspenseful... This is a cliffhanger to quit on. The game... We saved the game, though, so it's fine. We can come back to it. This is an unexpectedly interesting diversion. I wasn't thinking it would be as deep as it was. Or as apropos for Halloween as it turned out to be. Get at me again on Friday, same time, same channel. It'll be the first of the month, I guess, of November. 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time, 11 o'clock p.m. This is your friendly neighborhood Hemdad signing out for returning you your regularly scheduled raid. Stick around for the raid. Short talk, hit it. Wow. Wow. Did you burp, you weird little cat? You little gremlin. What are you gassy for?